Hello? Dad? Is that you? Did we make it? Hell yeah, we made it. And only 4 minutes late, too. Let's go. How are we doing, friends? It is Sunday. Our 8th day consecutively live. Feels good, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to see you, Viva. How you doing today, my friend? Microphone's on. Yep, we're good. 8th day live. And I've decided that we're going to keep the regular streams going. However, I'm not a fan of doing every single day live ad infinitum. So we're gonna change our streaming days after this week to Wednesday through Sunday every week. So I'll take Mondays and Tuesdays off. I'll probably try doing 3-hour streams instead of 4-hour streams next week. Just see how I feel about that, and then we'll decide what the more permanent uptime is for that kind of thing after that. But yeah, today we're continuing the Eagle that we've been so proud of these past several days. And it's been going pretty well. We got up to 75. Still waiting for guild. Oh, right, I was going to do that. That was the first thing I was going to do. Right, thank you. Create. Clan name. Willu Community. Because that's the name of my Discord, except I don't know how to spell. Wamba. Yeet. Everything! Well, we don't need social. I don't go outside and talk to people anyway. What's up, Mello? How we doing? Set to public by default, which means it'll appear in searches. Visibility can be changed. Okay. We're making a clan. What's this? Yeet. Yeet. There we go. Well, how do I change this thing? Info? Nope. How do I change the picture? We'll worry about it later. For now, that's kind of flashy. But yeah, Mello, we're making a clan, and then we're gonna continue the bird business that we've been going so ham on for the past couple days. I'm not sure exactly what our goal is today. I'm just certain that my nose is very runny because I was just outside doing yard work. But okay. Viva. Invite to clan. There you go. Welcome, my friend. First official member. Other than me, I guess. How are you today, Mello? What's going on? Okay, there was one other thing I wanted to do before we got going, and instead of armored hide, which is cool and all, I don't think I care about intricacy anymore. We take Rock Splitter. We'll still get resolved by doing that. And we can put this right here. I basically never push Thunder Spike manually, so we don't need to worry about that. So now when we want to swap the bonus for adaptive stances, we don't have to worry about the cooldown on Armored Hide. Armored Hide's good, but it's just so much extra APM and like worry. So it'll be fine this way. Don't know why, but the jump from T1 to T2 is insane. One-shot everything on T1 and struggling on T2. That's pretty much the story for each of the jumps between Torment difficulties. But yeah, thankfully you can get anything that drops in Torment 4 also drops in Torment 1. It just drops a little slower. So you're not missing out if you do stick on Torment 1 for a while. You're doing good. Decide to make a new Spiritborn? Hell yeah! Just about the game that stats and everything. You get overwhelmed. That is not a uncommon thing to have happen. There's a lot of numbers, and without very much learning material out there, it can be really difficult to figure out what's good and what's not. And I think Path of Exile has like a really good wiki. And I've often thought to myself that, damn, I wish Diablo 4 had half the quality information available that Path of Exile does through its wiki. But the quickest overview I can give you of what you should be looking for to like do well is make sure you don't make my mistake and have less than 1,000 armor. You want to make sure you hit your armor cap, your resistance caps, and get like a decent amount of life, and then anything that's like anything that says it gives you damage and then it has this little X in the brackets next to it is gonna be like miles better than anything that says like down here that plus 80.5% vulnerable damage. And that sounds like it's gonna be really good for us because 80% is a lot of extra damage, but like the reason they're so different is this vulnerable damage modifier is called an additive multiplier, and basically the more additive multipliers you have, the less effective each of them are. And then multiplicative modifiers are kind of the opposite of that. They're like always super effective, and they multiply, I believe, on top of all of your additive stuff. So like you do want some additive bonuses, but the multiplicative ones are the real value. So long story short, look for things that have the little X in the brackets, and I should make a video about that, about stuff like that. You're right, Viva. I'll look into that. I have a couple more build guides to make, but that is a thing I should do. Most guides to Soar are just clickbait endgame tutorials and not even talking about the stuff you like. Gotcha. Like the builds you like, or the things you're looking for, like general information on how to do well in Diablo 4? But yeah, it's like Viva said, one step at a time. ARPGs in today's day and age are very complicated with a lot going on, and particularly if you don't have like a lot of background in math, it can be really hard to make sense of anything. I don't have a lot of background in math, but because of the time I've spent streaming and being spoken to by people who are better at math than me, I've had help learning to understand these things a little better. And it's taken me a long time to really get to the point where I can make anything work that I come up with, rather than just following guides. Even in Path of Exile, I still follow other people's guides, because Path of Exile's like miles more convoluted than Diablo 4 is. But
such an evil mess. Liars or not, they were the best we had.
But yeah, it's a process. A whole learning curve on its own. But today, let's just start it nice and easy. I just want to do a tier 7. I don't have any glyphs that'll really get any levels out of this, but I want to level up. I want to try Rock Splitter as my secondary monkey business. Forgotten how to play the video game. Okay. It's been one night. What's going on? There we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Yeah. And the dash is where the damage is. Okay. We're in there. That's true. I have a lot of experience on Spiritborn. That's one thing I can say confidently. I have like 300 hours already. My first advice, play monkey. Then again, you do need razor plate. Is lucky hit chance worth it? Lucky hit chance is only as useful as you make it, basically. It does nothing by itself. You need something like... Do I have any lucky hits? Yes, I do. You need effects like this orange one that says lucky hit eagle skills have up to a 30% chance to spawn a storm feather at your target. So it's kind of like crits, except kind of not. So if this modifier says up to a 30% chance, and that's because every time you hit something, your attack has to roll whether or not it lands a lucky hit. And then if it lands a lucky hit, it has to, the game has to then figure out if your lucky hit modifier is proc. So like with Soar here, my lucky hit chance is 29%. That's based to the skill, and that's the number that gets affected by modifiers that say increase to lucky hit chance. So like if I were to change that critical chance to lucky hit chance, this 29% would go up. However, this 30% would not be affected, because this 30% is only rolled when we basically win the roll on this lucky hit chance over here. So it's a little convoluted, but basically what this means with our current setup is, since this is 30% and this is 30%, we basically have a 1 in 9 chance of proccing the lucky hit eagle skill. So you have to win 2 rolls to get anything out of lucky hit, and so if you have important effects that do proc off of lucky hits, then yes, it is worth taking lucky hit stats. In this build, I don't really have anything that's that important for it, so I don't really stack it. But there's, if you've looked at the mythic uniques, Andariel's Visage has like a big damage boost that procs off of lucky hits. There's several uniques that have like do 10,000 extra damage of this element when you lucky hit off of this chance. So if you notice your build has, or your gear has stuff like that on it, then you want to think about adding some lucky hit chance. I prefer to do Nightmare Dungeons on T1, because in the time I do 1 on T1, on T2, I do 2 or more on T1. Survivability on T2 is okay, no problem. You just sort out the damage, right? I think that's reasonable. I've made that decision a couple times. Because the XP and gold you gain goes from like 100% on Torment 1 to 200% on Torment 2. So you have to do it in double the time or less to make it worthwhile, at least as far as gold and XP is concerned. You do get more like Obdicite from Nightmare Dungeons on higher difficulties, like significantly more. I think going from Torment 3 to Torment 4 it actually doubles again. But I can't say what it is for lower difficulties because I didn't pay attention when I was in those. But yeah, I think it's definitely worth having an easier time in Torment 1 for a while, if you're not absolutely shredding everything in the next difficulty up. We did it. Look at us go. That's gonna hurt. But again, I have temerity. I think we'll be okay. And we're fine. Yeet. That thing died from like a quarter of itself. I have no idea what happened there, actually. Hey, yo, we got another attack speed ring. I was actually kind of pissed at myself for tempering this one to have the things that it does. Because attack speed doesn't really work for this build. So that'll be good to have laying around. 1% on all of these. Kind of want the level up exploit, actually. I'm tempted to try it out with the other key passive that we did not take yet. Or that we swapped off of yesterday. I gotta trim my beard, damn it. My tea is getting all over my face. Okay, we leveled up. That was the mission there. We leveled up exploit a little bit. And maybe I just slam some nightmare dungeons myself. We still have a couple days on the Halloween event. And so we get more goblins. And we get more boss materials. And we get more Obdusite, because when we do change out the gear, actually my gloves are not even fully masterworked. So we need to sort that out, and we need new rings. So this just kind of, Nightmare Dungeons just kind of hits a lot of things we need all at the same time, even if they're not the fastest at those things. Oblivion, Volcanic, Ancient Lament, Beast Graveyard, Calabel's Mine, Forgotten Ruins. I think no, Forgotten Ruins is fine. Mercy's Reach is fine. Zenith and Abandoned Mine Works. Yeah, those are all fine. Those are fine. There's a handful of dungeons I dislike immensely. So I'd like to not run them. And I also would like to not run anything that has a fucking monster barrier on it. Because why spend time fighting things that have 85% more health for no reason? Yeah, by the way, Rock Splitter is totally the way to go. I'm having a much better time with this than I was with Armor Time. No cooldown, no cost, no nothing. It's a second teleport for us. What's not to like? Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Just one goblin. Turns out conduit shrines can actually kill a goblin before they end. Oh, he's trying to juke me. It's not gonna work. Not gonna work, little bro. Oh shit, I'm me again. Let's go. Huge. More Beast of Ice. I'm a huge hater of Beast of Ice, honestly speaking. His phases are giga annoying. Undercity unique options that requires 15 million are absolutely a waste of money. Yeah, I pretty much always take the option that gives you like specific types of legendary aspects. Specifically offensive, because I'm still looking for that damn perfect roll and yielding hits. It'll drop one day. But yeah, I might have taken the 50 million option once, and I don't really remember what it did, so. I'm inclined to agree with you. I sure did. That was last season. Off stream though. I wasn't really playing Diablo 4 on stream at the time. It was just between Path of Exile binges. Are we done? We're done. Monster, baby, you're gross. I don't think I liked Bastion of Faith, but we'll try it. I know I didn't like Halls of the Damned. That's one of the big ones. What's that? Goblins. And I get to stay near the whole time. Nice. Oh, we got 2 of them. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's the first time since like the first day. Did we get 3? Hell yeah. So many boss mats. Dropped today the unique one, Ancestral with +8 to Incinerate, listing and not switching to it. I didn't actually like the uniques for Incinerate. I thought they were ass. Compared to having a legendary weapon that I could temper the Incinerate AoE onto. It might be different this patch, but last patch I definitely did not like it. After this dungeon, I can hop over and look at what my gear looked like. Collect damage. We don't have to stick around here anymore. Yeah, we definitely got 3 gobbies. But I also used a 2-hander to get even higher on that. Rather than 2 1-handers. There's the ammo carriers. I can hop through that wall too. Nice. Huge. I'll never know what hit him. But I can do this too. Haha! Good shit on. This build. The Spiritborn's broken. All sorts of busted. Being able to hop through walls is straight up bananas. Let alone everything else. door is probably on the bottom. Oh, Bastion of Faith is cool. I remember what the ending of this looks like. It's a fun room. Did I not pick up the thing? Let me in. Wait, we're out of sword secret charges. What the fuck? That's illegal. The only difference is on Torment 2 the boss will drop more uniques, so you have a better chance to get it, but the drop table is the same. You just get more rolls on the drop table per attempt. Smiting. Ah. That's resource cost reduction. I don't think I care about that on any of the builds I play. What are those? They're shit. Alright, let's look at my Incinerate Sorcerer. Real quick. Made a rogue and a sorcerer's, and they both look almost exactly the same. I didn't think about that. Yes, I know the Eternal Realm works. I know how it works.
This is how the world I knew ended.
Piss off!
By 3.
Didn't want to hear Laura's gross ass voice. I'm kidding. His voice isn't gross. I just don't like him. So yeah, this is as far as I got my sorcerers. I have masterworking on 2 pieces. Incinerate size, fire damage. Dear goodness. Oh no, this is what I wanted. Not necessarily the incinerate size, but the aspect that says incinerate splits into 3 beams and deals a bazillion% more damage. I wanted that to be doubled rather than increased by 50% on an amulet. Because then on the amulet you can put conflagration, which is burning damage increase by a lot as well. Also, it makes enemies damaged by incinerate explode. That's pretty cool. X-Files Corroded Signet. And I had Godslayer Crown on. I don't even like that helmet. So yeah, I didn't play this nearly as hard as I'm playing Spiritborn right now. It was just kind of a fooling around, checking out infernal hordes and stuff. What did this look like? We had 2 points there as usual. Everything in Fireball and Incinerate. We took Fireball because there was something that was... we took the Fireball enchantment. When you kill an enemy, they explode in a Fireball for 50% of its damage. Still +8 to the skill is nice too. It is nice. But that is also a very large multiplicative damage multiplier. damage modifier, whatever you want to call it. It ultimately is up to you and what you feel is best. Because you're the one playing the character, not me. That one was definitely a lot of fun in the Infernal Hordes, though, I will say. It was just, it sucked against the bosses. Alright, I forgot we can use both the armor and the life one. We're up to 14k life. Wow. 3,600. We should go a little more before we spend it. Try to improve this one. Actually help me learn more about the game. Hell yeah. I respect that. Honestly, this is the first time I've played any ARPG the way that or like with as many builds as I'm playing for this season. Usually, any other season I play in any other game, it's like I make one character and maybe a second one if there was something I specifically wanted to try. But we've done 3 so far. I plan to do at least 1 more, if not 2. We're just trying stuff out. It's been fun. Seriously, where the hell are all my secret charges? I don't know why they start off cooldown when you log in. I need to dash through more shit for Flicker Step. Wait, are things actually dying before I can dash through them, and that's why I'm not getting cooldown protection? That's kind of funny. I think that's genuinely what's going on here. We're getting some nice reduction from the elites. That's good. The plebs, they're not making it. Triangle, that's actually good. Give me 3 again. Oh well. It was nice while it lasted. No, 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 no. Well, we opened the box. We may as well open it. It'd be funny if you could yeet loot off the cliffs. I'd be pretty upset if it ever happened on accident, but it'd be kind of funny. Wait, are we done here? Oh yeah, we are. I have a rare item. That wouldn't have happened if I didn't finish the dungeon. Monster barrier grows. Give me goblins. Multiple, please. Not gonna lie, every time I see a goblin, I can't stop thinking about the kill the goblins achievement. And there's like literally no way to do that achievement in any reasonable amount of time. Like if you were to kill 1,000 goblins an hour, every single hour you play Diablo 4, you would need 6,600 hours in the game to finish that damn achievement. It's like an actual impossible number to achieve, really. Wow, we did it. We did it. Remember, it just did 161 million damage. Wow. Goblins are cool and all, but with how many do spawn from the shrines, they fill up your inventory really damn quick. It's kind of like suffering from success because we got to go empty out every like second or third dungeon instead of every fourth or fifth one. Kind of a first world problem. Another monster barrier, dude. Leave me alone. I don't want to run it. Any place to farm obels? Want to grind for that Kepaleki weapon? The place would be, if you want obels specifically, it would be the pit. I'm not sure you can do that on lower difficulties. Like, you might need to be in Penitent? I don't really know when the pit unlocks. If you can do the pit, then that's the best option. If you can't, then Nightmare Dungeons. Don't have access to the pit, then Nightmare Dungeons. You get a couple, you get a little boosty of them every time you finish. Actually, you know what? I'm lying. I'm lying. Health Ties is the best. Health Ties would be the best for obels. You just run around doing events. And then opening boxes, and between the events and the boxes you'll get a nice pile of them pretty quickly. The fact that it requires to do the pit. Yeah, I kind of thought that it'd be accessible all the time. Also, what's up, David? I have tried Stinger Spiritborn, and I've been having a good time with it. I haven't really been able to get it above, like, pit tier 70. But I've been kind of leaning more into poison than, like, crits and stuff, which, if I did crits, it would probably be better. But yeah, I have been having a good time with it. It feels like Righteous Fire, but more active. And I was planning on making a build guide for how I was doing it later this week. Or, like, this coming week. I started it out with Shattered Vow, and it was fun early on, and like Andariel's Visage and all this. Then it kind of fell off after like Torment 2, unfortunately, and I was really sad. Swapping to a legendary weapon and using like Starless Skies plus Air of Perdition made it feel like really good. Dabucha! Still playing Crushing Hand. Goes okay, did hit 100, but was hard work. Sheesh. Isn't Dave Mustaine the lead singer of Megadeth? I'm gonna pretend I knew that and say yes, because David Mustaine also just confirmed. Yeah, on none of my builds have I cleared pit tier 80, unfortunately, but I'm still having fun with them. You're just a big fan of his? Gotcha. I respect the dedication. Same name and everything. I never really listened to Megadeth, unfortunately. Bro, we got 2 butchers. 3. Big fan of Faith No More. I can't say I've heard of them. Is that from like the same era, or is it a more modern one? Mr. Bungle? There's no way a band named Mr. Bungle is of the same genre as a band named Megadeth. You can't make me believe such things. 80s, 90s band? Gotcha. Last Cup of Sorrow. Okay, that's pretty metal. Not gonna lie. Saying by Mike Patton. I also, unfortunately, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. The Forge of Malice. Nahantu has some really cool names for its dungeons, and then they end up all looking like just the default 3 biomes. Kind of wish they were, I don't know, a little more tailored, I guess. Should look them up. Highly recommended for any old 80s metal band. Gotcha. I'll give them a look. I am not averse to metal now and then. Not a conduit shrine. We win. And it's Butcher again. We lose. Shit. Damn you, Butcher. So wait. The band really made an album titled Album of the Year. That's confidence, and I respect that. Incredible. You know, a natural goblin? Wow. So if we find the treasure room, we have the key. That's cool. Not planning on looking for it, because I can't. Oh, there it is. It's great how we just kind of happen into these things. What the fuck? What the hell? Can I give you season battle pass in game? Is that an option? If it is, I will not say no. But also, if it is an option, I have no idea how it works. I can't get over that. Poop hair dryers, dude. How do you come up with that? What the hell? Couldn't be that evil myself. It's just insane. For real. At least there was some showmanship when, like, Ozzy bit off the head of the bat on stage. Like, putting poop on hair dryers in random hotel rooms that you're never gonna see again is like, that's doing it for the love of the game right there. It's insane, the armor set. Oh yeah, I have no idea if it's possible. I'm sorry. That man had to have, like, studied fucking hair dryers and shit too to figure all that out. It's so specific. That's baffling. How much coins is the battle pass? It is hold up, hold. 1,000? Bro, is this really 3 butchers in a row? Motherfucker. Mystic Circles, Spiritborn build is pretty interesting, but trying to stay in the circles to get the damage can be a bit frustrating. Yeah. We were talking about that in here a couple days ago. The circles are like a cool idea and all, but they're so small and trying to stay in them just seems so annoying. That's kind of the main reason I didn't want to use any of them. Honestly, I haven't really looked at what most of them do beyond the fact that they say summon a Mystic Circle, and I immediately like zone out. Bro. Need the allergies to calm the fuck down. You can give you the amount for 10,000. I mean, if you would like to do that, I will appreciate it, and I will definitely put it towards that. But I would probably want to wait and do it off stream, just so I, or like at least pick it up off stream, just so that I don't risk showing off payment details, because that kind of thing makes me nervous. We have no need to kill all the monsters for that event. Yeah, no worries. Hell yeah, I appreciate that though, sir. Thank you. Bro, all these butchers are giving me too many nightmare sigils. I hate it. I only have so much room. None of them are monster barriers, so that's good at least. Give me goblins. Thank you. Oh, that's not unyielding hits. Use 1, get 2 back. 2 or 3 back, no room to store them anymore. Yeah, I suppose we could just throw them on the ground, but it feels wasteful when there's an option to salvage them in town. But then you gotta go actually take the time to salvage them in town, which is a little annoying. The one wall we couldn't jump through. Heck. Oh, I forgot to mention, someone in a comment on one of my videos last night said something about the soil power aspect. Basically, like, having some weird interaction with enemies that have damage reduction auras. And, like, instantly deleting them or something. They weren't very clear on the details of that. So I kind of have to, like, mess with it and see if that's something that is, like, actually a thing. But they said it was really good. So that's a thing I wanted to check out. Probably not today, but sometime next week. It's an absolute paradox since I switched from the free PoE to playing paid D4. Actually saving a lot of money. It's crazy how that works, isn't it? You guys are gonna play PoE 2? I'm gonna be all over PoE 2, like anything can be all over anything. Like leaves all over my fucking yard right now. Let's go with that. I'm very excited. I wish Druid would be in the early access from the very beginning, because that was the one I wanted to play most, but being able to run around with guns as mercenary is going to be pretty cathartic for my American blood. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of, unless there's like a really weird class that's in that I haven't heard them talk about yet. But what about you? You got any builds in mind? Or at least any goals in mind for what you want to play early on?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer sings on
Bro.
your return?
Beard, stop tickling my nose. The Marauder in the first game? Hell yeah. The thick boy. One of the things I always meant to pick up in PoE was the Marauder skin. It just makes Marauder beefier and beefier based on how much strength they have. That shit was so funny. So you need 300 coins, actually, yeah. I always get a little salty that they don't just give the last couple hundred to get the next battle pass, but they do gotta keep the servers on somehow, so I guess that's fair. Fair's fair. Chamber door is at the top. May as well kill those dudes. Why let them live? Tried to play a bit of Last Epoch, but couldn't really get into it. Yeah, it's a little different. I think it just needs a little more time. Genuinely, like another couple of seasons, I think, and they'll be feeling a little better. I think my biggest problem with Last Epoch is that it heats the hell out of my computer, and they launched their season. Did I? Yeah, when I moved into this house, it was like the start of summer, and I was playing a lot of Last Epoch, and we have no AC here, and so the room was hot, and Last Epoch was overheating my computer, and so my room was double hot, and so it just pissed me off a little more than usual. It was annoying to deal with. But I think they really need to get their end game sorted out. The whole corruption system in the end game, you have like 10 monoliths, and each one has its own corruption value that you have to like raise up independently. I think that's really hard for me to get into. First of all, like infinitely stacking difficulty isn't my favorite thing at all. Like I'm not actually a huge fan of the pit. It's not technically infinite, but it's basically the same idea. So their end game is based around something like that, and then it's also really tedious to get that up on all the monoliths. So the gameplay I think feels alright to me. I like the crafting. There's a lot of good options for builds, but they need bugs fixed, and I think they need to rework their idea for the end game, or at least make it a little more streamlined. Like when they did their new season a couple months ago, I really wanted to kill Aberoth, the new boss, but you have to get every single monolith like to a certain point of corruption, and every time you go to a new monolith, you start from that level 100 corruption or whatever, and gotta go higher and higher and higher and higher. It's just like, ugh, enough already. Also, they have more bug mechanics than, or bugged interactions and stuff in class balance than even Diablo 4 does right now. So that kind of makes things difficult to work with. So into D14 now, nothing can take me away, only D5. I respect the dedication. I hope you don't mind if I spend a bunch of that I intend to spend a bunch of time playing PoE 2 though, because I'm definitely gonna be streaming the shit out of that. I have no fear. We'll always be back to this for new seasons and stuff. But I say all that about Last Epoch. But there have been statements from their leadership, like the developers and stuff, that give me confidence they'll get it figured out in due time. Like they've specifically indicated that they're aware that certain things are problems. They have plans to ameliorate those problems, so I'm sure they'll get there. I think there's just too many enemies here, and the feathers are going everywhere except for the butcher. We don't kill them the fastest in good conditions, but these are not the best. At least we don't die to them like we do on the centipede. Anytime now, Butcher, please, thanks. Trying to make this build look good on stream, and you're not helping. Thank you. You're fun. Was getting my ass kicked with playing the Barbarian Paladin thing, Sentinel. In fact, I didn't really know what I was doing, didn't help. Yeah, there is that. The new learning curve on a new ARPG is always something. The one thing I can say that Last Epoch does very, very well is their in-game guide that you can open just by pressing G is actually very detailed and like genuinely helpful. I'd say it's like on par with having the entire Path of Exile wiki built into the game, but for Last Epoch, of course. Like they have full-on damage formulas and like statistics and shit. Like it's good. Hell yeah, I appreciate that, Viva. Will not play Bad Maid mixed a copy of D4 and Elden Ring. Gotcha. I respect your ability to have that opinion, but I also am very excited for it. I'm gonna play the shit out of that Bad Maid D4 crossed with Elden Ring, made to reach a wider audience. Low roll, falling feathers. Unfortunate. A higher roll would be nice on that. Falling feathers is not like something we rely on for damage, but more damage is more better, you know? Not a problem with that.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return
Hello?
soon.
Okay, we just casually critted Stormfeather a third time and it closed the window. That's fine. That's actually ideal. Hell yeah. I can't believe that happened though. Nice. Nice. Now, I need to empty out my sigils because I have too many. Nahantu dungeons are cool and all, but I feel like other ones are faster and I'd rather just push through them quickly. Because the thing I want most is Tributes of Refinement. And I believe those drop when you complete the dungeon. Also, you just get like a nice chunk of Obdusi when you finish it off as well. It's like 250 for killing the boss, or at least if it has a boss, I know it's 250 for killing the boss. I'm not sure if you get 250 just for completing the final objective if there is no boss, but I hope so.
This should be interesting.
One thing I do hope we can do before PoE 2 in December is reach Paragon 300. It's really, really large grind. It's a really big grind. Like the goal from level 299 to 300 is actually 1 billion XP. But like, we could do it. We could do it. It's fine. There's a lot of time between now and then, so we'll give it a shot. But I hear you get a silly looking mount and a neat mount trophy in addition to the title. So I would really like to get that. Not play it, even if they offer to give you back all the money you spent on PoE. Damn, that's dedication right there. Hell yeah. We got goblins. Let's go. Fuck you, butcher. Paragon Grind kind of reminds me of D2 when you were trying to get to 99 on that game. Yeah, it reminds me of, or it makes me feel like I'm on the grind to level 100 again in PoE, except I don't lose XP when I die, which is fantastic. It's realizing how stupid and blind I was. It's dedication to the true hater energy burning within me, and that's totally vibe. Unfortunately, I did not play very much Diablo 2. I was a wee lad at the time, and so I was not allowed to play that damn demon game, as it was probably referred to back in the day, in my household at least. 2 seconds, I apologize. I am kind of glad the Paragon grind to 300 is what it is, though, because I was a little worried that everyone was going to have Paragon 300 on, like, day 2, and then suddenly the rest of the season, no one, for the rest of the season, there's no progression to do. But I enjoy acquiring XP for stuff, even if it's, like, in very small amounts compared to what I need. Just the knowing that I'm getting XP is what matters more. And either way, if I was really trying to min-max it right now, I'd be doing pits non-stop, because we get like 7 million per 3 minutes or something, but I think I would like Obdicite instead right now, instead of like maximal XP. That's pretty good. More num-nums. Part of me just wants to build up a bank of like 50k or even like a ridiculous amount like 100k Obdicite, but I've gotten up to like 30 or 40k a couple times this season already, and then the moment I run into one thing I want to masterwork, I spend like half of it, and it just makes me sad. It disappears so quickly. Just be one, just be one, just be one. Okay, good. I can stick on one of them to keep him from teleporting away. Quite enjoying just playing other classes and getting them through the torments. 'Cause sure, itself feels challenging. Or when Barbarian is sitting like a wet noodle in Infernal Hordes at T3. Dude, Infernal Hordes are tough. I'm shredding through these Nightmare Dungeons pretty well, but like... I thought I was going to have an easy time in the Hordes because of how we do in these dungeons, and like, I tried one. I was like fighting for my life, dude. Yeah, I genuinely don't know how any class that isn't Spiritborn is doing anything in Torment 4, honestly. The difficulty is tuned so high compared to Torment 3. And like even Torment 3 is high compared to 2 and 1. 1 and 2. Like the jumps between each difficulty are just so big. Oh hey, an XP well. One thing I learned the other day was XP wells, they don't refresh when you click. Like if you have one and you click on a second one, it doesn't refresh for duration of like 60 minutes or whatever it is. It adds it. So you're not actually wasting anything by clicking on an XP well when you already have one, which I think is really nice. The only problem is, it makes you, like if you get several of them in a row, it makes it feel really bad to log out if you have like 3 hours left on that shrine. The XP bonus. Which is a problem I definitely ran into a while ago. Got Dance the Knife Rogues to T4, but it's taking me 6 to 7 minutes to do Pit 65. Masterworking's not far from being 10 on everything, and Glyphs into high 60s. Yeah, it's crazy. And like, I feel bad that none of my builds have made it beyond 80 when there are other Spiritborns who are like 100 or like 110, 120. I'm sure someone has cleared 150. And I'm like, trying to make a build guide, and I'm like, this build can do Pit tier 77. You should play. I still think people should play the builds because they're fun, but they're definitely not some of the highest performers out there, let's say. But for me personally, I think fun builds are more important than higher performing builds. For me, it's enough that the build can feel comfortable in Torment 4. Also, we got an Ancestral Ring finally, and it's Shadow Res, unfortunately. Forgot we were kind of looking for that. We gotta replace these rings, they're bad for us. The crit chance isn't bad. The attack speed's bad. And this one missed out on Stormfeather potency, which is a huge bummer. So we gotta rectify that situation. Vile Hive, I don't think I liked. Also, I really wish Tributes of Refinement were more common. We've done probably at least 15 Nightmare Dungeons today, and I've gotten maybe one? I don't remember if I had that tribute today when I started or not, but I haven't gotten another one, that's for sure. The glyph ones and the boss summoning ones are common as hell, but masterworking ones, not so much. Unless I'm missing something on how they drop, but I assumed it was just for finishing the dungeon. Conduit Shrine, I want to click it, but I don't want to be a conduit. So that said, how are you liking Dance of Knives? I've heard really good things about it. Like it's really cool. It's just I think I heard some people saying they were having a hard time getting going with it. But part of me feels like that's just Rogue in general compared to a lot of classes. Seems like it's a little more complex and therefore a little bit more difficult to get going with. Destroy skeletal constructs. I can do that. Yeah, we did get to 65 for finishing the dungeon. Okay, even though there wasn't technically a boss. Good to know. Oh, I think my consumables are gone. I don't remember the last time I put those on. Collecting some anime. so glad we made the decision to put Rock Splitter on instead of Armor Tide. Trying to fix that or get that rotation running yesterday was like madness. The penalty for messing up was high. With Rock Splitter, it's just like I can proc adaptive stances whenever I damn well feel like it. That's great. I'm a huge fan of that. Also, if I can anticipate a really big damage boost coming in, or a really big damage spike coming in, and I'm quick on the trigger, we can just hit with Rock Splitter and get a free 30% damage reduction, which is pretty sick. Not confident of my ability to think about that fast enough. However, the option is there. And that is not a Kato Shrine. We've won. We got the Butcher. We've lost. Heck. Butcher, I hate your barrier so much. On principle, I think it's done. Wow, we stunned him. Four score and 7 years later. Oh, what's that? Max life. That would be better than just a greater affix attack speed. Dexterity is good. Bummer is we'd be giving up crit chance, or we'd be giving up fire resistance, and we can't very well afford to do that. Imagine if they changed the Butcher so he dropped mythic items on rare occasion. How good would that be? How good indeed. I mean, I think he probably has the same chance that normal monsters have of dropping mythics. So it's not impossible, it's just not very likely. He might have a slightly better chance because he's guaranteed to drop a certain amount of like legendaries and stuff, probably. I'm gonna go put this ring on. I think it'll be okay if we lose the crit chance. We'll have to roll the third modifier into fire res. Fire resistance. Actually, we should temper it first. At foremost. So offensive is Eagle Fitness for Storm Feather Potency. That's not Storm Feather Potency, but we'll go over here for Seeker Charges. That is Razor Wings. Storm Feather Potency is more important. It's a little annoying to lose Seeker Charges, but we can live with it. I have not gotten a single high roll Storm Feather Potency ever. 36 out of 34 on a min roll. 47 out of 38. 61 out of 88 or 58. You know, like, these ranges, they go way higher than we're getting. And I'm also not brave enough to try and roll that again because I've had times where that ripped. And I'd really just like to put this ring on. It is also Razor Wings. That is the Seeker, and I don't really care that it hit 2. Like, it's not a big deal. We have 14 charges, and sometimes we run out, but not that often. So that said, this is pretty safely not ripped. Good to know. Don't really care about that chance to heal. I have that on Temerity anyways. Fire resistance specifically, correct? Yes. Fire. That's poison. Another thing I learned this season was there's a maximum on how high the rolls, like the enchant costs go for gold. Hey, fire resistance. After a certain point, you can just keep rolling at the same cost. I got an amulet to that point, and it was like 3 million gold per roll or something, 3.4 million, something like that. So it was a lot, but it could have been worse. 49 to 63.7. They're similarly high in the roll range, so yeah, this should be alright. That should be a-okay. Rid of those. Now then, the fun part. We have 11.5 thousand Obdusty and a dream. The question is, what do we want? I think we consider it a win if we hit the dexterity, the life, or the Stormfeather charge, Stormfeather potency. Stormfeather potency would probably be the most. The most effective. Followed by probably life and then dexterity, but dexterity is not bad because we get like a flat 50% when we swap bonuses from adaptive stance. So like any 3 of those is fine. Life, dexterity. Fuck you, video game. That feels bad. But this is still going to be a significant upgrade from what we have on because... Oh no, we are replacing the one that has Stormfeather potency already. Shit. I mean, I could roll that into Shadow Resistance instead of Fire Res so we can replace that, but... I don't think it's worth it. The attack speed is dragging us down pretty heavily, I think. Plus, this will be an actual 1,000 max life increase, not like a 250 increase. So that'll be pretty significant. Funk. That is 13.5 thousand life with no consumables. With consumables, it is closer to 17,000 life, which I have to say is quite bananas. So, our res is once again sorted. It's a good thing that ring still has poison resistance on its implicit, otherwise I would be more in pain from poison. Wait, I can take 2 points out of that. Hell yeah. I can take 3 points out of that. Let's go. Since we put points in a rock splitter, we're good. Which means that fixes our poison resistance problems. I don't use any potency skills. Don't use any defensive skills. I'm using a glaive So we could take focal point. It gives us just general lucky hit chance. But, as I was talking about earlier, we don't really have a whole lot that matters riding on our lucky hit. But then again, where the hell else am I going to put these points? Heck it, we put them back, I guess. So we went from probably 13k with consumables on to 17k. That's gonna be a significant damage increase no matter how you look at it, because we use viscous shield, and we have 100% uptime on 100% barrier. So yeah, that's gonna be another. Well, 1% more damage requires 12 barrier, and we just gained 3,000 barrier. So roughly speaking, that's another 250% more damage. Yeah, cool. Cool. Now then. Let's try another dungeon, shall we? I'd like to see the butcher step in front of me now. Just kidding, I wouldn't like to see that. I would like to see goblins step in front of me all the time.
This should be interesting.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Bless you. Couldn't have made it without you.
Well, that's the empowering hatred dudes. No wonder they're so beefy. I forgot about them. At least they dropped something ancestral this time. Finally making themselves useful. You love to see it. It's the butcher. He listened to me, that bastard. It's a lot of boss materials. What the hell? Where'd your health go, butcher? Get shit on, motherfucker. Yeet. I know we did the math on what the damage increase was going to be, but I did not expect it to be that much more like actual extra damage.
Bless you.
Yeet. Bro got stepped on. And there's another one. I'll do it again, motherfucker. Don't think I won't. Okay, dude. The berry is cheating. Come on. Put that berry away. See, this is the thing I understand the least about this build. Sometimes our damage absolutely deletes the Burning Butcher, and sometimes our damage cannot finish off the Butcher, the regular Butcher, at 5% HP for 30 seconds. I have no idea why. The longer I play this build, the more I try and think about what could be causing it. We did a whole bunch of science yesterday to figure out that it was not Warcry making that much difference. It certainly wasn't the bonus from Wuxie Nakpa, because we were spamming the shit out of the eagle the whole time. So we had the bonus the whole time, which means it makes no sense that we would lose it at any point. I specifically made sure to trigger the stance change from adaptive stances for the 50% increased stats. That made no difference when Butcher was refusing to die. Maybe it's crit chance? No, because we're critting like crazy even now. Our crits are just lower. They're like 7 million instead of 150 million. Maybe it's supremacy, but we should still have a pretty good uptime on that, even against bosses, because you get supremacy stacks from, like, even if you don't kill anything, just using an ultimate skill causes you to get at least 5, which when we have it built up from clearing stuff beforehand, that 5 actually just keeps us above the cap of 10. And sometimes we walk over the boss like that. Like there's all these things that it could be that it seems to not be. So I'm at a loss. It's not the movement speed bonus from our... Maybe it's barrier. It's just going away. I don't know. I thought it was at full the whole time. That would make sense for having that much effect on our damage. Like if we lose 40%, 60% of our barrier. Bro, did we really get 13 life per 5 seconds on 2 pieces of gear as a greater affix? That's toxic. That's toxic. Unbelievable. And we're not using any aspects that say do X amount of extra damage with this element every 5 seconds and then swap off of that for 5 seconds. That's not a thing we're using. Maybe it's a glyph thing? But none of our glyph... Not glyph, legendary things. None of these things are really like huge multipliers other than Viscous Shield. That should always be up. That's another 30%. And we move all the time. Whether we have full uptime on that, I'm not sure. That's 15% up to 10%. Maybe the bonus wears off? I don't know. Like, it definitely wears off, but maybe wearing it off causes that damage problem. If this is not the problem because the enemies stop dying at like 5% health sometimes, or like the bosses sometimes stop doing that, which they're still injured at that point because they're under 35% life, so we're still having that 12% there. We're critting the ever-loving fuck out of them, so that's not going anywhere. I wonder if Storm Feathers counts as an eagle skill. Surely it does, right? Like this business here? I certainly hope so. What is it? What is it? I have no idea. What could possibly be taking our damage from 170 million to to 7 million. It's not damage reduction from monsters. That's been normalized to 85% for everything. Still have drive there. Maybe it is drive. Drive isn't going above 6. Which I thought it was supposed to go up 10. Just go really fast. Still does not go above 6. Because when we're bossing, we're not moving very quickly. You don't like super far. And 10 meters is, I think, longer than I give it credit for in a lot of scenarios. Yeah, it's going. It went up to 7 there. Oh, that thing. Where's the fucking thing? Oh, I see where. It was right there the whole time. And we're still not above 6 on this drive. Despite having 200% move speed and teleporting like billions of miles per second. My damage was low and we had 6 stacks of drive, so it's not that. There's those 7 millions again. $17 stacks of supremacy. It seems kind of binary, like it's either 7 million or in the hundreds of millions. It's not like it doesn't build up. We always have 16 stacks of the move speed buff because we summon feathers every time we cast an ability, and then we call them all back in every time we... Oh no, we summon feathers when we dodge, and we call them all in when we use an ability. So that's always happening. We did 100 million to those elites right there, like it was nothing. $180 million. I was a little suspicious for a minute that it was something like a bug with the barrier. The barrier bar, like not showing that we're missing barrier. Like it's showing we're at full and then we're actually at half, so we lose out on a shitload of damage from Viscous Shield that way. But when we were stuck fighting the Butcher at like 10% health for a minute, I was spamming the shit out of my potion, which with Temerity should be giving me barrier. And it was not making a difference. Like, their one potion should take me from half to full. So that's not it either. I got nothing, dude. No explanation for why that's happening. Right there are our first like set of attacks against a pack of monsters in this dungeon. I was doing in the 70 million range, which means we had not built up supremacy stacks at that point. We still haven't. We're over the 10 we need now. We need to kill everything here. Everything I can think of is implying to me that we should be doing relatively steady damage, but that's just not what's going on. Another part of my suspicion has been like the feathers missing, which I think does happen particularly in large groups. But in single target situations, it shouldn't be that bad. Which is when we see the problem the most. I think when I start seeing the low damage numbers pop up, I'm just gonna start running marathons, like away and from, like towards, to and from the thing that I'm fighting, and see if coming back causes like a big spike in damage. It may be something to do with like moving certain distances. Still doesn't make that much. It's not like that convincing an argument to me because of what we did to the first pack in this place, which was really quite close to the door still. We're still in the like 70 millions. But maybe that just means we don't actually have to move that far. I'm just really not moving far enough during bosses. That could be. Lethal shrines don't actually matter to us that much, funny enough. We're pretty much always critting all times. All the boss materials. Maybe it's something to do with these. Damage of the next skill cast by 20%. While you have an active barrier, your vortex does 1 billion more damage. Next hit against an enemy struck by Soar is guaranteed crit. If Soar hits no enemies, you gain movement speed. Cloud causes vulnerable or makes you unstoppable. Either way, we have both of those effects, so they're kind of redundant no matter what. Seeker's first hit knocks enemies down for 4 seconds, and the second hit's a guaranteed crit. Seeker constantly makes all nearby enemies vulnerable while active. Okay. Here's an idea. Let's go to the training grounds. Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna fix that, and Spiritborn is going to be shredded. That's not the only thing that needs nerfing either. Like the only thing that's probably not functioning as it should be functioning. But that is one of the big ones. The actual amount of health that it considers to be 100%. What's the phrasing on it? Yeah, 1% increased damage for each 3% of your maximum life. To Viscous Shield, your maximum life, no matter what, is always 400. So 3% of 400 is 12 life. So every 12 barrier you have is another 1%. Therefore, having 16,000 is quite a bit extra. But they're almost certainly not going to fix it before the end of this season. Too many people are using it, and it's not really causing like server issues or anything like that, and a lot of people have really leaned into it a bunch, so we should have it for at least the rest of the season. Okay, so we've been standing still for a good like 20 minutes, and I have not moved. We have no buff. What's that? Okay, we need to do that, and then that. Because we did like 5 million per hit there. It's higher. Even then, that's still... When we got there, it was still in the 4 millions. Went up to 20s. But maybe that's because of the, like, do crits and they take more damage and all this. I have no idea. I think it is something to do with moving, though. No, I might not have had barrier there. That might be why we were capped at 20 million. Okay, so that's like 8 million. Oh no, and we are at full barrier. With the bonus dexterity, it's like 50 million. Actually, it's 17,000 life somehow now. That's cool. Oh, that's from... Okay. From... not supremacy. Resilient. Casting a monkey skill gives us a little bit of max HP, but only a little bit. Oh no, that's actually like 800, 900. Not bad. I don't know. We'll keep thinking about it as we play this character, but I suspect it has something to do with moving long distances. But speaking of moving long distances, I have not moved in 2 hours, so I'm going to fix that. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even not already, make sure you push the like and subscribe buttons if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack that follow button. And when we return, probably more Nightmare Dungeons. Also, I need to spend my obols, so we'll do that too. But I'll be right back.
I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do.
Alright, friends. We made it. Today, I've decided to forego the celebratory halfway point piece of candy. Unfortunate, I know, but I'll make up for it later. I was just walking around. I feel better, though. So, clean out the inventory. Step 1. Get the hell out of here. Spend the stuff. Hopefully this gambler gives us better stuff, because the one in Karagar has been scamming me for days. Oh. Still a scam. Yep. Another day, another set of gambling with not one ancestral piece of gear. You hate to see it. So, anywho, we're up to 9k Obdussy. Almost 10. Maybe we do a couple more. Let's do a couple more Nightmare Dungeons, get like 15k. Then we'll go do the pit for a while. Not for glyph levels or for like pushing maximum tiers, but simply for XP and for legendaries, because the pit is one of the best places to get legendaries. You get like 8 or more per run, and if you can do the runs in like 2 to 3 minutes, it ends up being exceptionally quick. And then you get a bunch of obols, and you can then go spend them to get scanned at the gamble vendor. So that's been the general strat for looking for ancestral items. I still need a new pair of a new ring, actually. I'd like a new amulet, but it's not paramount that we get that. Yeah, as soon as I took like a little turn this way and then came back in and then jumped over here, we started doing a bunch of damage again. So maybe it's distance on Soar? Somehow? I don't know. Maybe it's the 50% more damage, like on the next thing after Soar, that's causing it. That could be. We need 3 more Distilled Fear to have for 5 attempts on the bosses. Gotcha. I believe in you. Really, you only need 1 attempt. You got that next try easy. I can feel it in me bones. What's that? I wouldn't mind having a quarterstaff for my centipede build. Damage over time. Bleh. That multiplier is additive, so we don't really care about it. We want something like life, or like what's the one? Do I have on my weapon on that character? I have no idea. I haven't played that character seriously in too long. care about crits on that character. Oh, dexterity for sure. Like, life and dexterity are 2 out of 3. Guaranteed. So I'd rather either one of those greater affixed that over damage over time. Oh, I would rather something like vulnerable or... Yeah, probably vulnerable would be the best option. It won't be very effective, but we'll pretty much always have uptime on vulnerable. Damage over time is like not ideal. But that is ruthless with a actual decent roll on it. Sick, just not maxed out. All right. On to the next. Feeding Grounds is like the one Nahantu dungeon I don't like. Or one of very few that I dislike specifically. It seems like when my damage disappears, we just run away and run back. That fixes the problem. That's not the right way at all. So we can jump through walls, but we can't jump through doors. At least not solid ones.
My savior.
Can jump through cages though. It's a monster barrier, gross. Well, we're already here. We came to the party, we may as well dance. It bugged out, we can't use it. I broke all the little blocker things too quick. Got excited and used the bird too early. You ever played Torchlight? Looks a bit too cartoony, but the first one wasn't too bad a game. I tried to get into Torchlight too, like, probably 15 times in the entire time I've owned it. And every time I get like a little ways into it, I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool, the corgi is pretty cute, it's neat, you can send them back with stuff to sell. And then like, I stop playing the first day and then forget about it. I know I've been told Torchlight Infinite is really like surprisingly good, and that I should check it out, but I just haven't really wanted to get into it. It is like exceptionally cartoony, and I don't mind that sometimes, but it's probably more of the fact that I just never got into Torchlight 2 that I haven't wanted to do Torchlight Infinite. Didn't a third one come out too? I think I remember that getting mixed reviews, and then that was another thing that turned me off to it. Mercy's Reach is a good place. It is 11k up Dusty. We'll do a couple more. Why don't I have consumables? One of my biggest pet peeves about Diablo 4, by the way, aside from my various concerns about the UI, is all of the consumables have different time frames. Like incense is 20 minutes, flasks are 30 minutes, opals are like 25 minutes probably, I don't even remember, it's been too long since I used one. They could all just be 30 minutes and it would not be a problem at all. Anyone who says otherwise is lying. They'd want to but not touch any of the others. Yeah. As far as I know, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just, I don't know. Never pulled me in. But I had a similar issue with Path of Exile for a long time. Like, I tried to do it. I tried to get into it probably 10, 15 times over a period of several years before actually, like, getting grabbed by it back in, like, 2019 or so. And ever since then, I've been pretty far down the ARPG rabbit hole, to be honest. Honestly, this place is probably one of my favorite dungeons. It is dense. There's like 12 elites in this room, all next to each other. And there's another room that is exactly like it on the other side of the dungeon. And when the game came out, the pathways from here to the big rooms was like 15 times longer on both sides. Now it's just like 2 steps and you're there, which means you just get all of those elites in no time at all for free. Easy peasy. Frankly, peak dungeon design in my opinion. I don't even care about the rest of this part. Just happy from all the stuff I got to blow up in the first half. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't care about that event. I don't know. If there's ever a point where Diablo 4, Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, and Last Epoch are all having like an off season where nothing really is going on, maybe then I'll try Torchlight Infinite. But until then, hey, yo. +4 to Rock Splitter. I know a certain gorilla who would like to see those pants. Unrelenting, Falling Feathers. Alright. I've been looking for pants for that look like that for a very long time. And it's just Audacity, so I don't care about re-rolling that. Nice. Nice. Put that over there in the monkey gear pile. Can probably get rid of this one. The dodge chance is kind of interesting, though. Whatever. I didn't check those ancestral weapons for things that might be good for the centipede. I should have looked again. Also, my sigil stash is full once again. 12k. That's good enough. Let's just go slam some bits. I kind of want to try 75 and see how it feels. We were struggling with 75 yesterday. Like 7 minutes per run, kind of struggling. Actually disgusting. However, we made some upgrades today. And that, by that I mean we made an upgrade. And I'm feeling good about it. So let's fix that, shall we? Oh, we're still smacking 100 million. Nice. I think part of it is that big multiplier we get from the next thing we cast after Vortex. Up to this point, basically, I've been Eagle, Soar, and then Dash twice. And I think only the first one is really giving us a whole lot of value because of the Vortex business. So I guess what I could be doing is I could manually cast Vortex in between the first dodge and the second dodge. But it has a bit of a long cooldown, so I wouldn't be able to do that every single time. That seems to work. Also, I still have not been using the bonus from Rock Splitter. I keep forgetting about that. I was having such a good time without it that I forgot it existed. I mean, less than 4 minutes in a place that was taking us 6 or more minutes yesterday seems like a pretty damn good improvement in my book. But then again, we still did 140 million on our second dash. That's 205 million right there. What the hell? We're in there, dude. Fine by me. Bring in an amulet. Let's hope they're good. Lightning res, really? Really? All being chain of sky power. Also poison resistance. They're both useless. I hate it here. Bruh. You have 60 pieces and now switch to T2 and go. Yesterday from 5 attempts I got only one ancestral version of my helmet. Wish me luck. You got that easy. I believe. I suppose we go the 40% chances. The 0% chances. That's fine. That's fine. Gotta go turn in these whispers. And we gotta build up our boxes for our 4th Spiritborn. Never liked turn-based RPG games, although the very first Baldur's Gate game I enjoyed. But it wasn't turn-based. Gotcha, gotcha. I have to be in a mood for turn-based stuff. I used to... There was a time when I really enjoyed like the Disgaea series and like the YS series. Like that tactical, like isometric kind of grid-based turn-based thing. That was kind of fun for a while, but like a lot of them are super grindy. And I don't think I ever beat a single one. And I'll be honest, I've played a good bit of Baldur's Gate 3. However, similarly to Torchlight, I get a little ways into it and think it's like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. And then I forget about it after like 2 days of playing it. And then when I go to start it up again, I'm like, okay, where the hell was I? What was I doing? And then naturally I can't remember, so I start over. And the cycle continues, never having beaten the game. Yeah, I want to like it. I know everyone says the story is like the best thing since sliced bread. But, you know. There's things to kill in Diablo 4. How am I supposed to sit there and listen to Gale talk all day? Or whoever. Our damage did the thing where it fell off again, so we're gonna go back over here, teleport, and go in. Look at that, our damage is back. Huh. Well, it's a good thing we know how to fix that now. That was huge. Our damage turned off again, so I'm running away. Tactical retreat. Tactical advance. Suddenly everything's dying again. Nice. Alright. Glad we figured that out. I'm actually, like, so relieved. I was getting really nervous. The thing is, I'm not sure what specifically would be causing that much of a damage drop-off that procs off of us moving big distances. But I can simply say that moving big distances certainly makes our damage go way up, so we will continue doing that. That didn't work at all. Thank God game crashed before I started the first attempt. Oh, good. Way better than crashing right after you started the first attempt. It's the luck kicking in already. That was... I'm pretty sure that was less than a minute. If it wasn't, it was damn close to a minute. Bro, 0 and 5? There we go. Bruh. It's 40%, not 20%. Come on now. I didn't see how much XP we got from finishing that though. If it's only like a couple 100,000 more than doing Pit 70, which we can do way faster, then I'd kind of like to do Pit 70. Because clearly we're not getting a whole lot of glyph levels out of 75 anymore. Let's just see how this goes. Why are y'all not dying? Bro, what the hell? Why do we go back up there? I don't think I could have even targeted that place if I wanted to. When we're fighting stuff, we can just like one tap and walk over. Let's build fucking rips, dude. Two and a half minutes. I'd say that was probably less than 20 seconds. So less than 3 minutes to get through there, and we still got 6.2 million. Granted, not a damn glyph level to be had. We'll slam them all in exploit. I suppose that's one thing we could do. We could just start leveling every single glyph I have. Sounds like kind of cheeks, though. 6.2 million. Let's go with this. I'm sorry, 6.2 million in like less than 3 minutes. We'll call it less than 3 minutes. Back on to 75 now. There's a damage mob in there somewhere. Rather, a no damage mob. He died. Couldn't tell you where, but he's dead. There's another damage aura somewhere. There it is. I firmly believe that damage reduction auras need less area of effect. They cover like an entire screen almost. And they're super annoying if you can't find them. Give me on T1, I one-shot this boss. On T2, he gives me something that kind of teleports me into the storm. He can do that? Didn't know he could teleport you. That's crazy. Boss health in particular is one of the most, like, egregious things that gets scaled, like, ridiculously high with difficulty spikes. Like, even with where the monkey build is at, I still farm bosses on T3 just because it's so much easier. Storm is annoying if you get caught up in it. Yeah, for real. Plus, even if you have good damage, if you can't, like, absolutely one-shot Beast of Ice, there's a really good chance he's gonna go do the phases and stuff, and then you have to sit through all of them. It's like, why? But if you want, when I'm done streaming, I have like 200 fucking boss materials for him. I can carry you through some on Torment 3 if you want. Shouldn't be a problem with a little extra health on Torment 3. Yeah, I have that many. What, did it crash again? Or did you delete the helmet again? Tell me it ain't so.
Use it well.
Fuck, I forgot to look at what, how much XP I got. Oh, you keep dying. Gotcha. $204 million. Dear heck. Will do. Honestly, 75 is kind of going at a similar pace to 70 now that I've figured out how to actually play the build properly. Like a little slower, sure, but not that much. So if the XP boost is significantly better from finishing the run, then we'll probably stick on 75 now. Bruh, he had 1 hit point. No matter how far I run, they're not taking damage. I don't like it. That pack has suspiciously high hit points, so I'm not messing with it. Either that or I lost a bunch of health from my XP or from my things wearing off. That's possible too. We got there somehow. I'm sure it's fine. $6.4 million. So 300K for spending like 2 extra minutes in the zone. Yeah, that's probably not worth it at all. probably not worth it at all. So probably 70 it is. You won't be able to do it. No, you wanna invite me real quick and I can kill it for you so don't lose the mats? Hey, what's up, Relaxed? How you doing today, my friend?
What's still got some good in it?
Yes, sir. I sure can. Please send me an invite, sir. I'm doing pretty well. We've kind of figured out how the damage works on the bird a little better. So we're performing a little more consistently than we were yesterday, which is good. How to use Nessikim Herald, Nessikim the Herald. I would use with something that hits kind of slower than usual, because its buff only lasts for 10 hits. So it wouldn't be something like a fast build, like high attack speed business. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, our crossplay settings don't match. Gotcha. I'll fix it. I had it turned off. I think I was helping my dad with something. Seems to be really niche. Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like it only applies the buff every 5 seconds as well, which isn't like, it's a long time. But like it's super powerful on the thing that it puts the buff on. That's a dope ass portal. What kind of buildings am I building right now? You know, I haven't played StarCraft in forever, but I like to build Zerg buildings usually. I assume you mean builds, and by that, for that, I'm doing Soar Eagle, which is really kind of more like Stormfeather Eagle, but we're basically just using Soar to go all over the place because it has no crit. And it's very fun, and we're spamming eagles all over the place, like the Seeker. Well, I got a legendary or an ancestral helm. However, it is not the one that you want for your sorcerer. Our next build after this one is going to be something to do with the Jaguar, for sure. I just don't know what yet. I'll probably end up doing the same thing that I'm doing, that I did when I started this one, and just being like, hey. Or starting with a certain idea of what to do. And then trying it out without really planning too much, and then seeing how it actually shakes out. Like, ultimately, the original idea for this build was to just summon the Eagle over and over again as my main source of damage. Which didn't really work out too well. But then we started using Soar to get around, and then it started turning into a lot of damage, and then we realized, wait, Storm Feathers give a lot of damage, and now we have like something that looks like a functional build. So we'll probably do the same thing with Jaguar eventually. Maybe next week or the week after. If you greater affix the lucky hit chance on Fists of Fate, it turns into 77.7%. It's hilarious. Did you get your helmet, Viva? Oh hey, nice clan tag. Nice. That's pretty cool. You too, my friend. I don't think I want any of these. It's a bad one. Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in Ebewaka. To the vendor. Also back to the bit. We learned that 75 isn't actually that worth it compared to tier 70. So we're just going to keep running 70 for raw XP and legendary drops. That is one reason, the one reason it might be worthwhile to run 70 is because there may or may not be a higher chance to get Ancestral compared to lower tiers, but I'm not 100% convinced of that. The other thing is we might get like 1 or 2 extra legendaries for being on a higher tier, but I just can't be bothered. We'll farm twice as fast here and get twice as many legendaries. Plus, it's way more fun to play this build when you just one-shot everything. We're just jumping everywhere. We jump. We jump. We jump. What's not to like? One thing I was kind of bummed about was we tried Scorn of the Earth with this build, because that's like those boots are like Soar the boots. But unfortunately, like they're so dedicated to Soar that they turn your evade into Soar, which is super funny. But it doesn't actually work out that well, unfortunately. So we had to swap it off. Still learning all the new stuff. Can you give me some advice or tips? Sure. You mean like general Diablo 4 tips, or do you mean like tips for building Spiritborn builds? 2 minutes 40 seconds. Certainly beats 4 minutes. Bristleback, it's got max life on it, but it's also a glaive, not a quarterstaff. Rest in pepperonis. Just slam the levels into exploit because I may or may not want to use that later. Wait a minute, my damage disappeared. What the hell? Suddenly we're good. Feel like we got scammed on our legendary drops here. We got way less than last time. Alright. I'm just gonna assume you mean basic Diablo 4 advice? So sorry for the delayed answer, but I was thinking while I was running that pit. The biggest tips I can give for like just generally doing well in Diablo 4 is when you're picking out your gear for your character, make sure you get your armor up to 1,000 as early as possible, because that'll make you take like as little damage as possible from physical hits. Similarly, you really want your resistances to be as high as possible, up to 70%. Some things can make that go higher, but really, so long as the number's green, that's good, and you'll be feeling a lot better than if that's if those numbers are low. So you can get those a lot on jewelry in particular. Like that gives plus 30 to all elements. That gives plus 12.5 to all elements, and then another 12.5 to poison. Same with this one, and then we have extra modifiers lower on the item that give more than that. On top of that, there's also the gems that we put in the jewelry give more resistance or armor depending on what you put in there. So that's very important. The other like really big thing to look out for is anytime you're seeing something that says, this thing does more damage, or like makes you deal more damage. Any number that has like a little bracket with the X in it, like you see on this one, the orange text. So it's 60. Soar casts Vortex at its landing location and deals 60% increased damage with the little X on it. That 60% is going to be way more valuable, and like it's going to make me do way more damage than something like the line down here that says plus 80.5% vulnerable damage. Like, I don't really want to talk about the way the math works too much because I'm not like a math person myself. I just know that the ones with X's next to them are called multiplicative, and they're way stronger compared to the ones that don't have the X, which are called additive damage bonuses. Just because math and shit. So look out for as many things that can give you damage with the little X bracket next to them. The additive bonuses are still helpful, just not nearly as much as the multiplicative ones. Other than that, make sure you get enough life. Don't be afraid to take some life on your gear. Because more living means less dying in general, you know. So in total, 5 helmets, 3 ancestral, all of them with horrible rolls. Oof, that's how it goes sometimes. At least you got Oculus, which brings you back to D2. Unfortunately for Lightning Sork, rip. Time to re-roll. If you're looking for how to do well with Spiritborn, step 1 is to take Viscous Shield on the Paragon board and then get as much life as possible with as much barrier uptime as possible. That'll carry you pretty far. Same here, Mass was your weakest subject at primary and high school? I don't know if it was my weakest. I think chemistry was my weakest. But yeah, I did not take high math. That's why math was not my problem. I definitely undershot the classes. I think in my final year of high school I took like pre-calculus. Meanwhile, several of my classmates in the same grade as me were like AP Calculus 3 honors or some shit, and I'm like, man, I took geometry last year. I'll take pre-calc this year, and you know what? That's good enough for me. What can you do with unique items crafting? The only thing you can change on them is masterworking. The only thing you can do that does anything to them at all is masterworking them. And that only boosts the 4 explicit modifiers. So it doesn't boost the power, and it doesn't change anything with the implicits. So like on Shroud of False Death, the +1 all passives cannot be like changed at all. Unfortunately, neither can the rolls. So there's nothing like a Divine Orb or like a Blessed Orb that will fix that kind of thing for us, unfortunately. So we're stuck with what we drop in that regard. And there's nothing to change a non-greater affix to a greater affix either, unfortunately. So everything go for Meltdown. If you're slamming bosses and you get an inventory full of uniques, I highly recommend you mark them all as junk and vendor them, because you get like 5 to 7 million gold for a single inventory full, and if you're slamming hundreds of boss materials and you're filling your inventory up every couple bosses, you're gonna end up with a nice pile of money.
Know that I have your
Wait, they survived up there. What the hell? Not gonna lie, I'm starting to feel like Subo might be mandatory for this build, because we're trying to target people from so far away that if I couldn't see them on the map, I'd just be shooting blind all the time and hoping we hit enemies. But with the little dots everywhere, I just look at the map and point my mouse in the direction and see them all like group up together. It's super nice. We left a whole lot of dudes back on the bottom left there, but we'll just move on. If we were to backtrack, we'd have to re-backtrack to the portal, and that would just be bad. That would be unpleasant at best. Hasty retreat, and then a hasty advance. Still taking them a while to die, unfortunately. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. Wait, the boss disappeared. This is bullshit. Oh. Seems like we don't want any of that stuff at all. To the smithy then. Oops. I'm still really not sure why they, like, for the Eagle Tempers, why they gave us Seeker charges instead of Seeker cooldown reduction like they gave all of the other spirits. I certainly don't mind having 14 charges of the Seeker. But it is kind of funny. Kind of weird, kind of funny. Certainly seems to be serving us well, I guess. first heard about Spiritborn and I heard about Taka Gorillas, I was thinking, wait, are we gonna have gorilla minions? Yo, that would have been so sick. I didn't even think of that. Ah, man, what we could have had. Fuck. That would have actually been hilarious. Fucking little Wumbas throwing bananas and shit at people. I was just excited. Like the moment they started talking about gorillas and then they showed the Wumba like and like beating the shit out of the ground and everything. I was sold instantly. This looks fun as hell. It is super fun. It's like in Torment 4, this is a little higher than Torment 4, so everything's a little tankier, but like just ripping through nightmare dungeons and shit with it, it's very fun. We just jump from pack to pack to pack to pack to pack. Kill the boss, dash a couple times. And it's fine. Maybe in another expansion or two, if they give the classes more abilities, we'll get Wumba minions. Damn, missed opportunity, dude. Yeah, no problem, Josh. Feel free to let me know if you have any other questions. I hope I answered it. Answered your question properly. Oh, we were missing consumables. That's a lot of health we were missing out on. Only problem with trying to go any direction that is not like the up direction is that it's you actually have less range on Soar going down than going up. So it's less effective to try and travel just with Soar if you're going that way. But like this way, you can go far as shit every single time. It's great. Yeah, this, with our consumables on, that one went a little faster. But if anyone's interested in trying this build, have no fear. This week I'm working on the Centipede build guide that we were playing last week. And then after I finish making that video, I'll start working on the build guide for this one. But I think it's already pretty much strong enough to warrant a video for sure. That said, we go gain. If we can just replace this ring, we'll be cruising. I'd also need another greater affix amulet if we really wanted to make that perfect. But I tempered it incorrectly. We should have gone for vortex size instead of movement speed. Other than that, we're pretty much chilling. Or, you know, a greater affix vortex. Sorry, a greater affix apex would be sick too. I'd be okay with that. $212 million, that's a new high. The other crazy thing about this build is it can jump through like 60% of the walls in the game for no reason. Not the big solid ones, but anything with holes in it. And some stuff that like disappears when the camera gets in front of it. You can jump through those ones too. Like that one, see how solid it is right there? It don't matter. But like this one, we can jump through that one too? I could have sworn we wouldn't be able to. What the fuck? Bruh. And then for some reason we can't jump through this. Okay. Okay, dude. I'm so confused right now. Keeps hard on me. I have a what now? And just like that, we have exploit, like, exploit at almost the same tier we have everything else. Crushing hand build uses Soar too. Love flying down for this guy. Dude, it's so satisfying. I was really hoping Soar would be able to be the maximum, or like the main damage of the build. But just the fact that we get to use it all the time is good enough, even though it doesn't really have the damage built into it for that kind of heavy lifting. Also, my ovals are almost full. And give me what I want. That is not what I want. Ancestral anything, please. Oh.
I had that.
The 19th and 20th inventory loads full. With no ancestrals. We're free to take artillery shrines if we really want to, but like, I'm comfy enough without them. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't have any feathers because I hadn't used a spell in so long. I did not like that layout very much. $74. Yo, someone gave us free incense. Nice. kind of wondering if I should try using Scorn of the Earth again instead of Flicker's Tip. They really sucked on bosses. That's my main concern with it. Because you can't, like, double dash like that. Because you have to do the whole Soar animation every single time. And the real focus of our build is definitely Storm Feathers. They stack up damage so easily, it's like kind of impossible not to. Ah, gotcha. I'm sorry. Yeah, this game's not easy under the best of circumstances. Definitely could see how that would make it more challenging. But if there's anything I can do to answer your questions, do feel free to let me know. Well, it was never likely to succeed. That's fine. Hell yeah. So next round should level us up. Yeah, definitely for sure. So it's only like a casual 40 runs at tier 70 to go from level 266 to from 265 to 266. Maybe a few less than that because of the XP you get for killing monsters along the way, but if we really are gonna want to hit Paragon 300, we might have to find a build that can push it a little higher than that. Or we just do thousands upon thousands of pit runs to get the rest of the way there. But, you know, one way or another. But assuming we have time for a 5th build, we'll try and do a no good low down dirty meta build that can hopefully push into some higher tiers, at least higher than 80. Whether that's Quill Volley, whether that's some other core skill the Spiritborn has, we'll figure it out. When you first start and you get your abilities and building a character, it's so hard because you don't understand it at all. Yeah, it can be super overwhelming, especially if you have like if you've already leveled a character and you have the Paragon level, or what is it? Like all the extra points you start with here, like the 15 to 20 points to spend on this tree, and then you got to go through and pick like, is this good? Is that good? If you're not following a guide or like already have a good idea of what you want, it can be exceptionally overwhelming. I had a really fun time starting on Spiritborn, because my first build I just picked everything that was the same color. All the monkey skills are yellow, so I picked all the yellow things. And had a decently good time. It was easier when I got Razor Plate. The chest piece that has like a bunch of thorns on it. But it still kind of worked in lower difficulties early on. Got the damn damage, man. How much XP is it to level up again? 251 minutes. We've reached a quarter of a billion. This one that I'm doing is the Eagle build, and so I guess. Do I take anything that's not blue aside from like 2 points in that one? I don't think so. I mean, there's the passives. I guess we do kind of follow that same idea, don't we? For this build. I mean, there's the fact that we have +1 to every passive from our chest piece. That makes it a little more confusing to look at, but... yeah, that I guess I've been following the same thing that I did in the gorilla build. The Wumba build. Whether I knew it or not. You're a little confused about the new season gear and how to use it? Yeah, gearing is just a whole mess of stuff, especially with the tempering system. Because not only do you have to worry about the three sets of the three affixes that are on the thing. I think we just throw this right there for now. I'm not sure that's worth 2 points for 1% dodge chance, but we'll go with it. Yeah, the gearing process has definitely got a little more complicated as time has gone on, which is weird because a couple seasons ago there was like 4 modifiers on the gear and the legendary, like the orange text, the legendary power, and that was it, and that was all you could do to the gear. But now there's like greater affixes, the little star things, and then there's tempering, which is the 2 little modifiers with the icons next to them, which you have to put on yourself, and you have to win a whole RNG thing. It's a whole mess. Well, let's see. 250 million for level 267. That means 33 levels. Assuming they each require no less than or no more than 250 million XP to level up. 33 divided by 4. Let's just say 32 divided by 4 is 8 billion. 8 billion XP to get to 299, and then another 9 for the last level, which it's actually way more than 9 billion we need. I'm just trying to approximate how much we actually need, and I'm getting a little nervous, not gonna lie. However, how much did we say we needed for that last run? We said 6 million, I'm pretty sure. So that means we ended up with a total XP count of 14 million from that run. Which is way better than I thought. I thought we'd be getting like 10 per run tops.
What'd you need?
So maybe running pit tier 70 is not as hopeless as I thought. Still a fuckload of runs, but not as bad as I thought. Unfortunately, the amount of, or the best things to pick to increase your damage are so specific to what build you're playing with that it's kind of hard to say in general, other than to look for things that have like anything that says this increases your damage, but it has like the little brackets with the X next to it. So there's like the 21% X. Anything that has that is going to give you way more damage than anything that increases your damage without the little X. So as far as general advice for which gear is good, that's probably about the best that I can give. Without like really specific information about your build. Yeah, no problem. I just realized the pit drops infernal compasses. I didn't even realize. Do we get it today? Nope. We were at 8 million before, right? So if that's the case, we only got like 11 million. So somewhere between 10 and 10 to 15 million per run at tier 70 then. I guess there's a pretty wide variance there. Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Just trying to think, there's not a whole lot of stuff on gear that says that shows that little X on it. Like the orange text has a lot of modifiers that do that. Those are definitely really helpful to put on. But the rest of the text is kind of... It doesn't have so much of that. Like any of the other damage modifiers will be missing that. But aside from that, you can look for like the life modifiers. Those will always keep you. Those will probably help give you a better time, because dying is frustrating and dying less is usually a better time, at the very least. Another thing to look out for is anything that's like, where is it? Hold on a second. Hey, we hit it. Nice. Anything that's like, where it says +4 to an ability name, if that's for an ability you use, that's probably going to be a lot of damage as well. That's another thing to look out for. So like +4 to Rock Splitter is one of the abilities I use on a different build, so I kept that piece of gear aside for putting that on that character. Because it's really, really good. About 10 million that run. What the hell is that? Oh, okay. These all the right incenses. They are actually. Gotcha. I feel like I haven't put them on it forever, but maybe someone gave me the stuff back in town for free. Hey yo, Jumbo. Irony of fighting Mother's Judgment Diablo 4 has become a self-healing game. You know, they say the family that slays together stays together. Or something like that. How you been, Jumbo? Honestly, it's just so chill running around blowing up packs of stuff. How could it not be self-healing? When you're using Spiritborn, what's better for a two-handed weapon or a faster weapon? Well, the Spiritborn is actually kind of funky in that it can only use two-handed weapons. There's no like main hand, offhand option. But the faster attacking weapon has block chance like built into it, and the slower attacking weapons have more damage built into them. So it's kind of a weird trade-off. And honestly, it could go either way. The simpler option would be to pick one of the slower weapons since they have more damage built in. It's either like damage to elites or damage to vulnerable enemies, which vulnerable enemies are any of the enemies with the purple stuff around their health bar are vulnerable, so they take like way more damage. So having bonuses to that on your weapon, even without considering what other things are on the weapon, is like a pretty nice thing to start with. Exhausted? Decided to switch up careers. Now I'm a librarian. Oh hell yeah! Thought it'd be a cushy job. Is it not? I mean, I know you're still like a lot of times still dealing with the general public, which is not always easy. I just kind of thought being surrounded by books all day would be kind of nice. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Still doing the YouTube thing. Oh, I have there. Still doing the YouTube thing. Still doing back to doing the Twitch thing. You know, honestly, I'm having a great time doing both. So no complaints here. having a great time with the Vessel of Hatred still too, which is weird because I've played like probably at least 300 hours now and I'm still not burnt out somehow. No idea what the fuck's up with that. But I'm here for it. So long as it keeps me going till Path of Exile 2 in December, I'm okay with it. Turns out libraries host school classes way more often than you think. Damn, really? Because kids are aplenty, despite what they say about birth rates. Right, right. Then the math ain't mathin'. Oh yeah, this is actually my third Spiritborn. And we have plans for at least one more, probably two more. So, it's been fun. This one's probably the flashiest, but it's a little more active, let's say, like more APM and stuff. But it is pretty satisfying jumping from back to back and just blowing them all up. But we were actually just thinking of wrapping up the stream, so I'm gonna do one more pit run, and we'll probably call it a night. Which one do you like best? Visually, I gotta say Snaky Caterpillar tickles your fancy. The Caterpillar Ultimate is like super sick with the fucking... It has like a giant venom laser beam that shoots out, which is kind of crazy. But I am wholeheartedly devoted to Wumba, the gorilla. When they announced it and they showed the giant monkey like slamming the ground and shit, I was sold immediately. But so I played that for a long time when the expansion came out, before branching out to other builds, but Centipede was the second one I did, and it's pretty cool. The build I'm doing is kind of like a weird, more active Righteous Fire from Path of Exile. You name your character Harambe as tribute. No, actually I wanted to name my character Jason Spiritborn at first. But then my character looks like an even more Giga Chad version of me, like Giga Chad Himbo Wiluko. So I just named him Wiluko. Like he's got the black and red hair and everything, or the dark and red hair. Excuse me, my hair's not black. After this pit run, I'll show him. If I could kill this pack, damn. What's going on here? There we go. But yeah, turns out there was not enough room for Jason Spiritborn in the name box, so that's what torpedoed that idea, unfortunately. Something to do with our damage is tied. Something to do with how much distance we move when we do stuff, or like how far we ran recently in general. So sitting here fighting the same pack over and over like for a long time is kind of actually really bad for us. That's why it's taking so long. But sometimes the monsters just feel way more tanky than they normally do for some reason. What are you using to be able to do what? The jumping? The biggest thing we're doing is, well, there's two things that are really letting us do the stuff that we're doing, like all the jumping, all the dashing, and the lightning and stuff. Specifically, what's making us so free to use our abilities so often is this helmet called Loyalty's Mantle, which gives a bunch of cooldown reduction. And then these boots called Flicker Step, which gives us a lot of... it makes our attacks reduce the cooldown of Evade, which is the that thing. And that's like a big source of damage for us. So we're using those two pieces of gear. And then in the Spirit Hall, the class power for the Spiritborn, we take the Eagle power on the top and bottom, so it has to both be the same. And then Loyalty's Mantle will let us just do all of the things that we want at all times, because who needs cooldowns? And then by taking the blue power on the top of the Spirit Hall, it's making us shoot those feathers out every time we dash. So that's where like the majority of our damage is coming from while we're doing all this teleporting around. Alright. Going to go to sleep. Good luck and have fun. Alright, Viva. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm about to end the stream as well myself. So I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you've enjoyed. If you did and you were not already, make sure you smack that like button and the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. And come see me again on not Monday, not Tuesday, but Wednesday. We're taking Monday and Tuesday off. So how do you get those things? You can get them by like buying helmets and boots from like this person with the ovals, the purple stuff. That's not Flicker Step, but it's the End's Blessing, which is pretty similar. Otherwise, you can get them from farming specific bosses in the end game. Flicker Step, I think, is from the Beast on Ice, the one who uses the Distilled Veer. And Loyalty's Mantle is from Grigor, who you summon with those things, the Living Steel. But the simplest way is to buy stuff like that. Yeah, I actually just got 2 Loyalty's Mantles right there. So if you farm up the purple coins and buy helmets or buy caps and boots, you have a chance of getting those things. But as I was saying, new stream schedule is going to be Wednesday through Sunday, so I take Mondays and Tuesdays off. We'll be starting at the same time I started today, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be going for either 3 hours or 4 hours. Next week I'll be doing 3 hours just to see how I feel about it. But yeah, look forward to seeing me Wednesday through Sunday.
Hello.
But I appreciate y'all watching. I don't know if I said it, but if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack the follow button. I'm gonna show off the monkey character because he really looks exactly like me. If I was swole and shit. Swole and taller than like 5'2". Too bad the hair is covered by the helmet. That's the problem. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Whoops. Unequipped look. Look at that hair. That is my hair. Except he's kind of got like bangs and shit. And it kind of goes all the way up, which mine doesn't, but like if I was like Superman, I'd kind of look like that, I think. So yeah, that's why he has my name instead of Harambe or Jason Spiritborn. But that's all I got today. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you Wednesday. Yeet.